The world remains constant. Inazuma shines eternal!
Time for takeoff.
Dawn, break forth!
Billowing surge.
Shine down!
Rust and rebuild. Yahoo!
Waste to the wicked!
Illusion shattered!
Brace yourselves. Allow me.
Torn to oblivion! There is no escape!
Think you can get away?
Dawn, break forth!
Shine down!
Rest and rebuild. Torrent, bring refuge. Yahoo! Let's move out.
There is no escape!
Let's play.
Flames, purge!
Illusion shattered! Inazuma shines eternal! There is no escape!
Allow me. Billowing surge. Time for takeoff.
Flames, purge!
Shine down!
Here we go. Hold the line.
Now you shall perish! Illusion shattered!
Waste to the wicked!
Let's play. Think you can get away? Rest and rebuild.
There is no escape!
Yahoo!
Torn to oblivion! Shine down!
Oh dear. Time for takeoff.
Flames, purge!
Illusion shattered!
Hold the line.
There is no escape! Now you shall perish!
Dawn, break forth!
Torrent, bring refuge. Allow me.
Illusion shattered!
Think you can get away? Let's play.
can be no excuse for defeat. Is that all you've got?
Allow me!
Illusion shattered!
Uphill battle!
Shine down! Inazuma shines eternally!
Covenant of the Deep! Let's move on.
Illusion shattered!
Brace yourselves.
Flames, purge!
A brash maneuver!
There is no escape! Now you shall perish! clear skies can do nothing to hide the brilliance of lightning. Divine bolts can strike even in the absence of rain. Do you see that? Tree? You understand?
only I could...
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
If only I could get my hands on more shinies. If only I could get my hands on more shinies. If only I could get my hands on more shinies.
The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory.
If only I could get my hands on more shinies. If only I could get my hands on more shinies.
All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion. I stand before it, alone and unchanging.
If only I could get my hands on more shinies.
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
If only I could get my hands on more shinies.
The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory. Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever. The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory. All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion. I stand before it, alone and unchanging.
could get my hands on more shinies. If only I could get my hands on more shinies.
Come on, Traveler, let's go! The world is full of lost ballads just waiting to be rediscovered.
If only I could get my hands on more shinies.
There's a pleasant breeze and glorious sunshine. So, where shall we go for a walk?
Whirling! Rest and rebuild!
Sight clear.
Should we reconsider our tactics? Leave the wounded to me.
Take flight! Sakura swirl! My apologies!
Hold the line! Covenant of the Deep!
Whirling snow! Ad Astra Abyss. Thank you for Ad Astra.
Hey, Catherine, it's us. Got any new commissions? Specifically one with a huge more attack, perhaps? Paimon's just being enthusiastic. We're old friends.
It's always a pleasure to see our two most avid adventurers again. Looking for the next challenge, I see. Actually, we do in fact have a rather urgent commission that is still open. Having read the details, however,
Don't worry about that. We were just kidding. So what's the situation?
To put it simply, the requester is looking for a temporary replacement actress for their musical. The original cast member ran into some issues, and is currently unable to perform the role. But the troupe has also been experiencing some financial difficulties.
That does sound like a tricky situation. So
That's right. Our adventurers reached out to many actresses, but none of them were willing to take the job. There are only a few days left until the performance. If they can't find someone in time, they'll probably have to postpone the show.
got it. Oh, this one's a doozy. What do you think, Even if we took the commission, neither of us have any experience starring a musical.
If you're interested in helping, why not start by maybe you can't fill the role yourselves, but you might be able to help him figure out another solution. Maybe there's something he hasn't thought of.
Oh, it's that guy, huh? No wonder, he looks like he just ate a sour Paimon approves! Hello there! Are you the guy looking for a new actress?
Wait, I know you two. Are you really willing to act in my musical?
Wow, sounds like we're pretty famous. But to answer your question, neither of us have any experience in musicals. But we heard—
Ah, I see. It's okay. I knew that asking for a volunteer was a lot. If we can't find someone to step in, we'll have no choice but to cancel the show. It would be such a shame. That's the thing. We're not some high-profile theater troupe, just a group. All our sets and props are very crude. We're grateful enough just to get an audience, never mind ticket fees. If we had a way to make this profitable, things might have turned out differently. But now, it looks inevitable that we'll disband.
disband? You're splitting up the troupe?
Oh, I guess the lady at the Adventurers Guild didn't tell you? Yeah, this is supposed to be our final show together as a troupe. One last show. And after that, we go our separate ways. Nobody wants things to just fizzle out. Not after all the time and effort we've invested into it. Yeah, the leading lady, in fact. She's been dealing with a chronic illness ever since childhood, and unfortunately, it flared up again recently. The show just won't be the same without her. But for everyone else's sake, I still hope we can find a way to hold the performance on schedule.
Got it. We have a clearer picture now. Let's see if we can come up with any ideas. What if we sponsored the show?
Please, there's no need to go that far. I wouldn't feel right asking such a huge favor, and I can't promise that we'd ever be able to pay you back.
Good point. If the actress just goes through we should find someone who will put on the best performance possible. Oh, wait! What about... you know who? That's how you know we're the best of partners. Anyway, she should have all the free time in the world right now. She's really good at performing, and she was once super popular with the crowd. Performing in a musical should be a piece of cake for her.
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous. Her? You're...
Nope. Paimon doesn't actually know if she's performed on stage before, but Paimon's pretty confident that—
You're not wrong there. She has actually performed in a number of big-name shows, but even if she's no longer the Hydro Archon, it's not like she's suddenly a commoner. She's still an idol to many people in Fontaine, including myself. I just think Lady Farina might feel a bit out of place in an amateur troupe like ours. Well, yes, but... Fair enough. I mean, if she was actually willing to, then of course I'd be honored to have Lady Farina star in our show. I'm sure everyone in our troupe has probably dreamt of performing on stage with her one day. Of course, it all depends on whether she's interested.
No point in stressing about that. We'll only know if we ask her. And besides, things are different now. There's no reason for her to be all high and mighty anymore.
Thank you for your help. I guess I'll...
Wait, where does Farina actually live nowadays? She used to live in luxury at the Palais Mermonia, but she's, moved out.
As it happens, I have her current address here. I can provide it to you.
Woo! When did you get here?
I came over when things were starting to sound more promising. It is my duty to support commissioners in any way I can.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Well, now that we've got the address, we'll go find Farina. Back in a jiffy. Did Catherine really give us the right address? She lives here? Not that there's anything wrong with this place, it's just...
You know, it's common courtesy to make sure the homeowner isn't in earshot when you're denigrating their abode.
Ah! Okay, when did Poppy Got a Thin Air become all the rage? First Catherine and now you?
I was just out on a shopping trip. I ran out of macaroni, so I went to grab a few more bags. I used to have a much wider range of choices when it came to food, but now I'm finding that simple, traditional home cooking can be quite delicious too. Not at all. As long as you have different kinds of sauces in, you can have macaroni and tomato sauce one week, macaroni and bolognese the next.
Oh, sounds like you're really struggling to cope.
How rude! Questioning my cooking skills. The audacity! It's not like I have a very eventful life these days. Actually, I barely leave the house. So I don't see how it's unusual that my meals are a little simpler now too. Besides, I'm sure I could master dishes like la lettre faucilor or blubber profiteroles in no time, if I felt so inclined.
You don't know how to cook.
Not yet, maybe, but... Anyway, what are you even doing here? I do hope you didn't come here just to ogle at my fall from grace. Let me first be clear that I'm not taking guests at this time. So if you're just here to clown around, then please be on your way. Shoot!
Sorry! We're sorry! Please don't be mad! Yeah, exactly! What the Traveler said! Paimon wasn't trying to make fun of you. Hang on a sec, you weren't exactly holding back either.
My help? Well, maybe you're forgetting that I'm no longer the mighty Hydro Archon. I don't even have a vision, you know.
worry. It's nothing that serious. It's just very specific, and you're the one with the power to help.
Oh? Well, if that's the case, then fine. I'll spare you the lecture about your attitude just now. So tell me, what specifically makes this matter so specific? I see. I knew you couldn't have come all this way just to amuse yourselves at my expense. After all, I was once the brightest star in all of Fontaine, well-versed in all the various performing arts. A mere musical is well within my capabilities. But given the present circumstance...
How come? It sounds like this would be a breeze for you.
True, but I have made a decision to retire from the stage. Although I am no longer required to play the role of the Hydro Archon, the time I spent inhabiting that character has left it. Centuries of pretending to be a different person changes you completely. I'm not the same person I once was. Of course, that can't be undone now. It's too late, and I have no intention of reinventing myself all over again. But at least I can say that I no longer desire to play any new roles.
Paimon can understand, but this is just a one-off part to fill in for someone who's sick. Surely that's okay.
Whether it's a one-off or not, it's a boundary that I've committed to no longer cross. If I make an exception to the rule now, I'm just leaving a back door for myself, which would be the same as not having a boundary in the first place. So I'm not going to perform, and that is that.
Okay, guess there's no convincing you. Well, is there anything else we can do to help out the troupe? Otherwise, they'll just have to disband without any fanfare. Do you know any other actors who might be interested in the role?
Nope.
Short and to the point, okay.
I've never been great at maintaining relationships. Besides, anyone I've ever worked with probably couldn't wait to get rid of me. Since I'm just an ordinary person now, they'll probably just laugh in my face if I go asking them for help. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry I drew a line in the sand without thinking about every possible grain on...
Well, is there anything else we can do? This performance really means a lot to the guy we're working for.
Have I not made myself clear? You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't want this job, nor do I know of anyone else who would. Sorry. I didn't mean for that to sound so harsh. I wish I could help, really. But if I thought I had the answer to this problem, I would have said so.
It's all right, Farina. Paimon just wanted to make sure we tried everything. Oh, everyone in the troupe will be so disappointed. Yeah, I guess that's all we can do now. All right, then. We'll see you around, Farina.
Toodaloo to you, too. I'm going...
But we have to respect Farina's decision. Maybe the thought of performing brings up too many painful memories now. Huh? arguing?
That's besides the point. I'll ask you again. Why did you start looking for a replacement without my consent? When did I tell you I'm going to take a step back?
You didn't need to say it. We've known each other for how long now? We know the signs. But
And that gives you the right to make a decision on my behalf?
Shortly after you left, the troupe's lead actress came to the Adventurers Guild. She believes that she's healthy enough to perform. Excuse me, but can you both take a moment to discuss something else for now? The adventurer assigned to your commission has...
Sorry, I was just dealing with a little misunderstanding. So, how did your conversation with Farina go?
Sadly, it's a no from her. We tried to persuade her, but she wasn't having it. She does.
I see. Well, circumstances have changed a little. You see, our leading lady has just informed me that she's well enough to make it to the show after all. Staging...
Oh, right! Sounds like everything worked itself out then. Yeah, she'd be livid. We'd get the scolding of a lifetime.
Jeez, is Lady Farina really so harsh with people?
Only joking, calm down. So, guess we can consider this case closed now, huh? Despite the fact that we failed to complete the commission, we were still racking our brains for...
Look, there's no point arguing with you about this anymore. This is the last chance we have, though. If your illness flares up again, there won't be... So, are you absolutely sure you'll be able to handle it? The whole team is putting everything they have into this final performance.
Yes, I'm completely confident. I've been taking a new medication from the doctor, and it's working brilliantly. I'll definitely be able to tough it out until the performance day. I share everyone's desire to commemorate all our years as a troupe. Every one of us thinks of this troupe as their home.
You're right. I'm sorry. I let myself get too worried about...
All's well that ends well. Sounds like the show will go on. Sure.
Hey, how did you... I was just passing by because I realized I forgot a couple of items on my shopping list. All right, I'm coming. No need to drag me. Hello, one and all. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation just now.
Farina? Didn't you say you were gonna take a rest at home? What are you doing?
I was just ever so slightly concerned about the situation when you came to talk with me earlier. I jumped right to explaining my position, and all before I even had a full grasp of the situation. Anyway, I just feel a bit bad about how I'm sorry, Paimon.
Oh, it's totally fine. Paimon didn't take any of that personally.
You really have a knack for asking the most uncomfortable questions, don't you? I felt very sheepish, having had a change of heart after flatly refusing you. And then, to make matters worse, you caught me. But in any case, it sounds like the issue has already been resolved.
Yeah. When they said they were gonna ask for your help, I almost had a heart attack. I mean, how could we be worthy of having Lady Farina star in our show?
There's no need to think like that. And no need to keep addressing me as Lady. Just Farina is fine. I was wondering, if this troupe is so important to all of you, why does it have to disband? If the difficulties are purely financial, then there must be a solution. You could put the shows on pause while you look for a sponsor, for instance. Everyone seems so devoted to the troupe. I'm sure if you keep chipping away...
We all want to believe that, but everything's been going downhill ever since we lost our director.
Her name was O'Reilly, and she was the founder as well as the artistic director of our troupe. And tragically, she...
What?
That's actually how I recognized these two. It was all thanks to their efforts that the true culprit was brought to justice. But still, no sentence can bring our director back to us.
She was a loyal fan of your performances, Miss Farina. They were what first inspired her to get into musical theater. She rallied many people around her who were destitute or had lost their sense of purpose in life, and convinced them to join her troupe. She wrote her own scripts, acted on stage, and mentored each and every one of us. People loved our performances back then. We seemed to be going from strength to strength.
And then disaster struck.
Yeah. After that, the entire troupe fell into disarray. None of us know anything about script writing, let alone how to handle the business side of things. We've been doing the best we can. But despite our efforts, it's agonizing. But ultimately, we'd rather end things now on our own terms than stick it out to the bitter end and watch all our dreams turn to dust.
Oh.
What a terrible waste. A gifted artist from humble beginnings, who achieved so much and no doubt had much more to give. I suppose it's fair to say then that this final show, besides being your farewell to the stage, is also your final gift for her?
Yes, exactly. We all miss her terribly.
Well, good thing I followed the Traveler here. After hearing this tragic tale, I can no longer stand by and do nothing.
Farina?
I know what you're thinking, but I by no means plan to cross the boundary I've set for myself. Besides, they're no longer looking for a replacement anyway. I can, however, provide some artistic guidance from the vantage point of a highly experienced audience member. But only if you feel this is something that would help, of course.
Oh, most definitely. We'll take any guidance that you can give.
We unfortunately don't have any budget for a consultant, though.
I don't need any compensation. All I'd ask in return, if you're willing, is that you tell me some more about the life and work of your late director. Something I've begun to realize since my departure from the Opera Epiclese is that there's a lot you don't see when you observe everything. The law only judges criminal behavior and does not weigh human emotion. The court's verdict can settle What about all the unresolved emotions of the parties involved? What happens to them? An interesting answer. But if you ask me, I think all emotion shall ultimately return home to the heart. Take, par exemple, how this troupe pines for their late director. Things such as this I have never witnessed before, and so I should like to observe, perchance to understand.
Ah! Still a fan of your old dramatic monologues then, huh? You just want to get back in on the action, don't you?
No. This is a completely different situation. Pearls before swine. Would you be willing to join me? Come on, take a break from adventuring to listen to a story.
Thank you all so much. Our director was a huge fan of Miss Farina's performances, as of course we all are. All right, follow me. We'll go to our usual practice space. Please excuse the size.
Does this big machine run on clockwork?
Huh? Lady Farina?
What's Lady Farina doing here?
Hello all. Allow me to explain. As of today, Miss Farina will be supporting our production of The Little Oceanid in the role of artistic consultant. These two over here are the ones that made it possible. They kindly reached out to Miss Farina.
You bet! That was the trial of the century!
You helped bring our director's murderer to justice. We can't thank you enough.
Oh, please don't mention it. We're just here to join in on the fun.
So, you were saying The Little Oceanid?
Yeah, that's the name of our final show. It's an unfinished script left behind by our director. One of our greatest regrets is that she never got to complete it. So, if we can bring it to the stage and make it a successful show...
Wait, but if it's not finished, then...
Yeah, we've been battling issues on every front, trying to realize this dream. The protagonist of the story is a young Oceanid who transforms herself into human form. She longed to live just like any other human. And sure enough, she found friendship. But one day, her true identity was exposed, and her world came crashing down around her.
So far, so good. A classic tale.
That's one of the issues we've been trying to deal with. Unfortunately, this was as far as the director got with her script. We need a proper ending so we can bring this musical to the stage. But people have different opinions on which direction to take it.
We still haven't decided between a happy ending or a true-to-life tragedy.
By true to life, you mean the director's sudden disappearance?
Yeah, like they say, truth is stranger than fiction. But then there's the question of whether we really want to use the stage to pass our raw pain onto the audience.
Exactly. A lot of the time, people come to watch a show just hoping for some light entertainment. We have to consider their emotional stake in this, not just our own. And one last thing. We're still waiting on confirmation from two of them. The first is Paulo, who plays the protagonist's lover. He's locked himself away to focus on writing an ending for the script, but the deadline's passed. The other is Villemont, who plays the main antagonist. He took the director's death pretty hard. Hasn't set foot in the city since. He did write to us, promising that he'll be there for the final performance, but we haven't seen or heard from him since. So we're not really sure what to make of that.
Huh. Although, now that we have Miss Farina helping us, maybe we should take the...
What opportunity?
Maybe you're unaware, but your name has always been like a rallying cry for us.
Our director was constantly singing your praises. All of us look up to you as a role model.
Oh, stop. I suspect the reason they're dragging their feet is that they have their doubts about whether the show will really go ahead, considering all the issues you've been facing. But one by one, all the obstacles are being removed. Now is the time to rally the troops.
Makes sense. Okay, priority number 1. He went back to Poisson a few days ago. Said that staying in a friend's home might help him to relax and escape the feeling of isolation.
I thought the last thing his friend would want right now would be to take visitors, given that Poisson was flooded not too long ago. But I guess it's the opposite. A friend in need and all that.
Yeah, maybe he could use some company.
Poisson?
Nothing. I suppose my presence will be... So, allons-y. To Poisson!
If I remember correctly, this is where he's staying.
Who is it?
It's me. Is the script ready?
You came all the way here for that?
Alright. Forget that for now. Just come on out. We've got some great news.
Nice try. Look, just give me some time, okay? I'm just wrapping up this last part of the script. I'll be...
Okay then. Looking for...
So, as expected, he's missed the deadline.
The ending is one of the most important parts of the show. Even once he's done, it isn't final until we've all had the chance to...
Someone told me they'd just seen you in Poisson. I assumed it was a case of mistaken identity, but sure enough, here you are. And Farina, too.
I was wondering if we might run into her.
So, you're here for Paolo? Looks like he could be a while, so feel free to take a stroll around town in the meantime. I've made all the arrangements already.
Oh, it's okay. We can just wait here.
Thank you for being so considerate, Miss Navia. That sounds wonderful. We'll take... Get over here, you! How oblivious are you?
How are things in Poisson now? Any better?
Things are on the mend, but it's a slow process. Some people may never recover from the trauma they experienced.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Please, must our conversations take such a depressing turn every time? We all have painful memories, but we don't have to let them cloud everything we do. And if you're trying to make a new start, perhaps it's best if you don't bring up the past.
Thank you for your words of comfort. But for now, at least, I think I should stay with the way I'm feeling for a while longer.
It's okay. These things take time. Moving on from a painful experience is easier said than done. Which brings me to why I'm here. I thought you should probably know that not everyone here is ready to forgive and forget. To avoid upsetting the peace, I told the townspeople that everyone here is a member of the theater troupe, and that you are just an actress. It's not a perfect solution, but hopefully it means you won't have to lie low while...
That's so thoughtful of you, Navi.
Well, what do you expect? I am the courageous and considerate president of Spina di Rosula, after all, like my father before me. Anyway, that was all. Look after her now.
Off we go then. Let's take a look up there. I don't have any friends that I can be frank and honest with, so maybe she's right. I'm so grateful that Miss Navia was so understanding. To be perfectly honest, I didn't know if I was ready to meet her. It's always easiest to just run away from your problems. But that never fixed...
So that's why you were nervous when they brought up Poisson.
Yeah. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared of... Still, I felt it was something I had to do. As I was saying before, I'd be overjoyed if the people here could find it in their hearts to forgive me. But yeah, I can tell people are watching me. I'm sure some people here see the idea of someone coming to Poisson dressed as the Hydro Archon as extremely disrespectful. I used to be terrified of the gaze of other people, especially when they had I guess I wasn't quite ready.
I'm not surprised you're making yourself go through all of this.
I can't let myself see only the things I want to see. How would that make me any different from before?
Look! There seems to be a crowd gathering over there.
Probably time we made a move. How about we check out Spina di Rosula's ship? We should have a view... You probably just wanted a relaxing...
We don't mind. It's actually refreshing to see a different side of you.
Great. Well, I appreciate your company, so please don't disappear just yet. I don't know whether you can tell, but the years of suffering and loneliness aren't the only reason I have a hard time facing up to who I used to. As I stand here by the ship, I can't get the images of the rising water out of my mind. One after another, people were taken by the water. All those treasured lives and memories washed out of existence in an instant. They thought their god would protect them. They had absolute faith that when disaster... And all the while, I played my part to perfection to convince... But then the floodwaters finally came, and the Hydro Archon did nothing.
You shouldn't look at it like that. You were only doing your duty.
I've had to go through so many moments like that for the sake of protecting the truth. As time went on, it got harder and harder to bear. Eventually, I realized I had nothing left except the truth. I became terrified of completely... Fortunately, we were able to avoid the worst-case scenario, that everyone rose to their responsibilities. And I finally regained my freedom. But on some level, freedom also means no longer...
Paimon would have never imagined you'd see it that way.
Reward? I guess so. Back then, I didn't even dare to dream about having... I was scared of someone recognizing me for who I truly was. And believe in the Farina you see on stage. She is the one you can trust. I had to keep all my feelings, all my curiosity about life to myself. That's what I really meant when I said I'm no good at...
So that's where you were coming from.
Could you please get off my case? I don't know what's gotten into you today. I'm making an effort here. You could at least try to do the same. I do. I once had nothing but the truth, and now I'm finally free to live my own life again. At least the choice is in my... All right, it's about time to head back. Paulo should have finished the ending by...
Sure! Okay, let's head back and check it out.
Didn't you say you needed to watch what you eat? You're supposed to be cutting down on fried foods, not wolfing down copious quantities.
Come on. It's not every day we get to dine at Spina di Rosula's expense. Can you believe how generous she is? I'm not about to pass on... Anyway, my character doesn't need to be slim and good-looking.
Are you kidding me right now? It's not your character's health I'm worried about. I've spent my whole life battling the effects of ill health, and it kills me to watch you willingly ruin yours by...
Oh no, looks like they're arguing again. We're back! Could you maybe put your differences aside for a moment?
Ah, you're back. We've been enjoying Spina di Rosula's VIP treat. Paulo's nearly done. We shouldn't have to wait too much longer.
Great! So you were discussing your characters, right? We heard she's playing the Oceanid who turns into a human girl.
Me? I'm an Oceanid too.
He was originally supposed to take the form of a crane, but he... outgrew that role. Well, the costume at least.
Sorry.
The boar's not a bad character, actually. He's the one who raises the little Oceanid.
That's right. He has some pretty memorable lines too. Like when he imparts some solemn... If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness.
Wait, that sounds kind of familiar.
It's the most important line in the whole script. I think it's a symbolic statement about her. She kept quiet about all the trials and tribulations she faced in running our troupe. It was only after she was gone that we realized how tough—
You mentioned earlier that the troupe is like your home.
Yeah. I was born with an incurable illness. I spent some years taking whatever work I could find and trying to manage my illness with various medicines. But whenever I had a bad flare, it was like that until the director found me one day. She told me I had a great voice and asked if I was interested in studying singing from her. She took me under her wing, taught me to both sing and act, helped me find Mora for my meds, took care of me when my condition decided to flare.
She sounds like a really incredible person.
She really was. She gave everything she— I was a lost child too when she found me. As the child of a murderer, the other kids were always picking fights with me. They'd say things like, "Come on, you must be pretty tough if you're the son of a murderer." One day, I got beaten up so bad that I just couldn't take it anymore. So I ran away. I lost all
Let me guess.
Yeah. For the first time in my life, I was somewhere I felt safe. And I promised myself I'd stay here.
The day you hoped would never come. How times change.
Oh, you're finally done? Get your butt over here. There's someone I need to introduce you to.
Farina? The Farina? Oh my god!
Please, the honor is all mine. I was profoundly moved to hear about your troupe and your wonderful director.
Same here.
Even so, this is just... Oh, wow. Yes, the script, of course. Let me give you... I'm sure you're already familiar with the beginning of the story. She finds love and friendship in the bustling city. But then, disaster strikes. The people start to notice that all the fresh water in the surrounding area is slowly disappearing. The soil is becoming arid. The little Oceanid, Cleo, and her lover decide to do something about it and investigate the truth of the matter together. In the end, they discover that all the waste and pollution created by humans over the years has caused the fresh water to
Consciousness?
Water as a conscious entity.
Since the little Oceanid is a water spirit, she immediately understands how the water is feeling. She then tells her lover about her true identity. Her lover accepts her for who she is and works with her to find a way to bring the water back. However, unbeknownst to them, there were some people eavesdropping when she revealed the little Oceanid is accused of being directly responsible for driving the water away.
And then?
In the end, she makes the brave decision to sacrifice herself to save—
Huh? But didn't they all treat Cleo like a villain?
Well, she mainly wanted to save her lover, plus everyone who—
Through her love for her human partner, she was able to find an even greater love.
There's actually something else. You know the protagonist is supposed to represent the director, right? And she never had the chance to become a hero. If we're serious about dedicating this show to her memory, what about if the little Oceanid is hounded to death by people?
That sounds like too cruel of an ending to me.
That ending would be a perfect mirror to Director Aureli's death. Both arbitrary— On the day when she went missing, Director Aureli had instructed us all, somewhat out of the blue, to leave the court of Fontaine and wait for her outside the city. We waited and waited at the rendezvous point, but she never came. By the time we looked for her. The Gardamex looked for her, but she was nowhere to be found.
The director was the kindest soul in the world, yet she was senselessly sacrificed for the sake of a so-called experiment.
But doesn't the way she suddenly told you to leave the city suggest that maybe she had some sense?
I've been trying to follow up on that ever since, but all my efforts so far have turned up nothing.
Villemont? The one who's...
Yeah. He's been overwhelmed by grief. I think that—
Grief? Guilt, more like. Also, because... Well, speaking of the play...
What?
It's time to be upfront with you all. No more keeping secrets from each other. We'll never be able to agree on the ending if we can't be honest. I did tell her how I felt once, but she turned me down pretty much. She said that we were all like brothers and sisters to her, and she'd never considered us as potential— Not that it came as a shock or anything. It was what I was expecting to hear. I said, maybe one day in the future, when everyone's settled into their own lives and on the up and up, and managing the troupe no longer required her, well, maybe then she could reconsider what she really wanted in her life. And now, that day will... Oh, Paulo. So if I'm the one writing this ending, then I'm gonna make sure it does...
In that case, you have to straighten things out. We've all had our differences of opinion over the ending, but those two have never seen eye to eye.
Well, if that's where we're at, looks like it's time to go visit Vilmo.
Are you ready to face the truth?
Honestly, I'm slightly terrified. But funny you should ask, though. You really do.
I certainly do. Come on, everyone. Hello.
This is tough going. Delphi, are you sure you can manage in your condition?
I could ask you the same question. Try to keep up.
As if this journey wasn't tough enough already without a roadblock.
Don't worry. We should all be fine with the traveler here. We don't need... wait, why are you all looking at me?
We're just curious, that's all. I don't think anyone's ever seen...
Yeah, but don't you remember why? The Hydro Archon willingly gave up all her power so it could be converted into indemnitium. Miss Farina said so herself.
Precisely! And I'm not even the Hydro Archon anymore. As much as it pains me, unfortunately, I should just stay put. I'm more...
That sounded so smug. Ugh, secondhand embarrassment is unbearable.
Hey, lay off, all right? My bluff is hanging from a thread here. I'm sorry. I got carried away.
Aw, too bad.
Sorry to leave all the heavy lifting to you.
Don't worry, piece of cake.
Illusion shattered!
Dawn, break forth! Ha!
Shine down!
Lay waste to the wicked!
Bravo! Good show! You certainly live up to your reputation.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, the path is cleared now, so onwards and upwards.
Vilma, are you there?
Huh? Oh, it's you guys. Wait, what's Lady Farina doing here?
I can explain. We've been rounding up the whole troupe. We now have everyone except you.
So, you think knowing the truth about the director's disappearance will... I care just as much as everyone else about making the... If I open this can of worms now, I just don't want to make things...
Vilma, avoiding the unless you mean to suggest that Aurelie's death...
I don't want to talk about it.
Listen, Vilma. I used to think that my love for Aurelie was a point of shame. But now, I've made up my mind to put it all on the table. The little Oceanid cannot be complete unless we do justice to Aurelie on...
This is why people think of you as not being the smart one. As you all know already, the troupe was kept afloat not from ticket sales, but donations from the... We took on side jobs when we weren't performing, but even then, the troupe's financial... So, anyway, one day after a show, a merchant came to me and offered us a huge sponsorship. It seemed like a win-win, so I said yes to it on the spot without consulting. The drink in question was synth.
Isn't that the drink peddled by the culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
I freaked out when I saw the boxes. And I told the director everything right away. But she didn't reprimand me for making the decision without consulting her. Instead, she contacted the merchant, was furious, berated us for going back on our word, and threatened to sue us for damages. I was going to sort it on my own, but the director stopped me. She said that this was an issue for the whole troupe, and it wasn't my... But things only got worse from there. The synth merchant just wouldn't let up, and then suddenly the director told us all to leave this. I admit this whole thing was my mistake. I didn't dare to tell any of you the truth back then, and after the director disappeared, I was even more afraid to say anything. Yeah, I got Aurelie killed. There, I said it!
Hey, don't say that.
You traitor! You knew. What do you mean? You were afraid. This was a life and death. How could you be so
Please, try not to get too worked up.
Yeah, listen to him.
Stay calm? How can I stay calm? This guy got Aurelie murdered. She was the love of my life. And he has the gall to try and high road us, claiming that he kept his mouth shut for the sake...
All I can say is I'm sorry. Truly. I wanted to apologize. I'm just a coward who made an awful, terrible mistake that I can never take back in my life. So I can meet the director and apologize to her in person.
Get out of my sight. Go, get...
That's enough! You've screamed and shouted at each other for long enough. Can you stop conflating the show on stage with your real-life relationships in the troupe? You keep saying that you want to use this final performance to pay tribute to your director and celebrate her life.
You're right.
I'm sorry.
On stage, the lead role is the focal point of the audience's attention. And you're all used to seeing the... But in her own life, her greatest desire wasn't to be the center of attention. I can tell how much what she wanted was to build a warm home for all of her brothers and sisters. To shield you all from the storms that... I understand why you're trying to make her the hero of the story, but...
Yeah.
So think hard about what that means. And then think again about what you... If you really hate each other and can't reconcile your differences, then you could just call it quits now. Why bother with the fine... But you can't bring yourself to do that, can you? You care too much about Director Aurelie and the home she built you all to... What are you laughing at?
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that if she'd seen Paulo and Villemont at each other's throats like that, she would have scolded them exactly like...
Really? But she sounded like such a...
Of course she was. Even her harshest lectures came from a place of kindness, and it showed. She really was a truly outstanding person.
I'm truly sorry.
It's all right. Let's save all this for after the performance.
So...
Clearly, everyone needs to take a step back for now and reflect on what really mattered. The end of the story needs to focus back on Aurelie herself.
What do you mean?
The Traveler is right. You once investigated that underwater synth base and recovered... If you could find anything that Aurelie left behind...
You really think that's possible?
I trust that nobody would object to...
No.
Well, we'll leave this in your capable hands.
Come, let's pay a visit to the Palais...
You want to review some recovered items connected to victims of the serial... Still, since you were the ones who discovered and submitted the evidence in the first place, you don't actually have to submit now.
So, this is all O'Reilly left behind.
Hey! It's full of script lines! And sketches, too! Looks like they should...
Let me take a look. Maybe there's something in here from after... Aha! It looks like she kept a detailed record of her captor's actions. She even mentions the truth. If we'd had the chance to examine this notebook carefully back then, it would have been a...
Lachey took so many lives. It's still so unthinkable.
I guess O'Reilly must have written all of this down in the hope that her records... wait, it cuts off. Her handwriting here gets patchier and more illegible by the line. Her final words are... I'll let you read them for yourself.
She was so terrified.
She may have been a mighty hero in the eyes of her troop. I can't bear to think how painful and lonely her final... wait. If you become human, you can reveal you...
Isn't that the most important line?
Because I am an...
Oh!
So she didn't regret her decision. Even, I'm sure this is what the troupe would have hoped to hear as well. She had their utmost trust. Let's go. It's...
She deserves a hero's farewell. If that's the only way...
Even in the last moments of her life.
She did her best to protect as many people. We know what choice our little Oceanid would have made now. Well, Vilmont, if we put the past aside for now...
I will channel all my regret and put it into my performance. To make this a show worthy of our director. I won't ask for your forgiveness, and you don't need to worry about my feelings. This final farewell show...
Then it seems like we've reached a consensus.
Really? How can you be so sure when you've never even seen them before?
Don't underestimate my experience. If you want to move the audience with your music, you must fully commit and immerse. And aren't human emotions love, hate, I don't believe anybody could be more committed to bringing this story to life on this.
Thank you for the vote of confidence.
Then, let's not delay things any longer.
Actually, before that, I'd like to, during the curtain call, please allow me to use the director's name instead of my own.
Huh? But then...
After all, this role was originally meant to... Besides, a role commemorating her life should...
Well, if you're sure...
Alright, I'll leave you to fine-tune your musical while I...
Procure a stage?
Oh, it's okay. Our usual
That place? Oh, don't be silly. For an extraordinary show, we need an extraordinary stage. By which I, of course, mean the Opera Epiclese.
Whoa, wait, what?
No. That's never going to work. It's...
What are you afraid of? Surely you don't think that Aurelie's story...
No, though that...
It is supposed to be your grand finale, right?
I have no problem with it then. I'll take your silence as a yes. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Well, then don't disappoint me. If you mess this up, it'll reflect poorly on me too. Come on, we'll need to get the go-ahead from Nervilette. Hey, look at that! Looks like I guessed right.
You were just guessing?
I knew you'd be here.
I'm here merely for a short break. It has been a while, Miss Farina. And you too, Traveler in Paimon. What might I assist you with today?
I would like to book the Opera Epiclese for an event.
I understand. The process for booking the Opera Epiclese is complex and can be somewhat cumbersome. But given that the request is coming from the three of you, the story of the Little Oceanid is most fascinating. I will say, however, that I am surprised to see your passion for the performing arts.
What do you mean?
Yes. And this is the first time that I've seen you like this since you...
At first, I just felt bad about rejecting them. So I wanted to learn a little bit more about their situation. In the past, we sat in our high chairs in the court, giving our opinions on isolated cases, all while knowing very little about the... Maybe it's because I finally become an ordinary person and gained my freedom. But I've developed a great...
I'm truly delighted to see you find a new lease on life. Now that you've regained some confidence, have you had any thoughts regarding a return?
Why would you suddenly...
Well, if the Little Oceanid turns out to be a great success, it will no doubt become a classic. Many theater companies are certain to add it to their repertoire. The experiences and decisions of the protagonist, Cleo, are all modeled after your own. It would truly be a shame if you did not take this opportunity to allow audiences to enjoy...
Haven't I already made myself clear? Nor do I think it is any great shame. This experience is a case in point. I feel like I've learned a lot, and it has already been well worth the price. I must admit, though, I'm a little envious.
I see. Well, I'm glad to learn that you have found a role to play that you enjoy, be it on the stage or not. I sincerely hope the show will serve as the grandest of finales. I will have my staff book the date and mail the relevant paperwork to the troupe once the details are confirmed.
Thanks, Nervilette.
You are very welcome.
Every course of action has its risks. Be careful.
News, everyone. It's done. The opera, thanks to my eloquent and impassioned speech, Monsieur Neuvillette, we've had to fight every step of the way for this opportunity. A touching story. A magnificent... Now, let's work together.
This is truly...
The sooner we can finalize the ending, Fiamma and I just went over some parts of the script and tweaked a few things. I think it's really going to resonate with the audience now.
Wow, you two had a constructive conversation?
Communication is vital to any good performance.
Look at us. We've come so far.
It's amazing. Even though Farina's still being a bit of a drama queen about it all, she's really...
Please feel free to give us any comments or suggestions you have.
Hey, Loic, get over here. Time to practice...
Cursed Cleo. She stole the waters of life from us. She's a fraud, and she must pay for her crimes.
This has nothing to do with her. The ignorance and hatred of our people is to blame. How can we hope to win back the water's favor if we—
This guy could be useful. Take him hostage. If Cleo wants him back, she'll have to show herself.
Leave this place, oh little Oceanid, and never, ever look back!
Everyone's really throwing themselves into their roles. If only...
What should we do? It's almost time for her to take the...
Why does it have to be now?
Hey, what's going on? You're due on stage any second. Oh no, not again. But why?
They've been getting less and less effective over...
What? I thought they cure it. So they were only...
I figured whatever it took to get me through this final...
How could you do this to yourself? And after that lecture you gave me about not...
I'm sorry. I've let everyone down.
You... This is a conversation for another time.
Miss Farina? I'd like to make her...
Say no more. If you're sick, you need to rest. Loic, your character has no more scenes, correct?
Oh, yeah. I think my scenes are all done. Although, I do have...
Please take Delphi back to her place to rest. I'll sing the finale. From the sublime to the ridiculous.
Thank you, Miss Farina. I'm so sorry to put you in this position.
Never mind. What's done is done. It's really my own fault for getting in too deep. No one likes regrets. myself included. Leave it to me. I've watched you rehearse so many times that I've learned Cleo's part by...
I do not doubt your acting skills, but please allow me to ask just one more question. After all, this show is dedicated to the life and legacy of our director. What, in your opinion, is the reason Cleo shines so brightly?
It's her pure heart. Despite all the pain and loneliness she had to endure.
Well said. I leave Director O'Reilly in your hands.
Is she here yet?
Let's get here!
She's not coming!
You're wrong. She's here.
Si je pouvais vivre dans l'eau, le monde serait-il plus beau? Me pardonneras-tu, ô chère mère? L'eau dans son courant fait danser nos vies, et la cité elle est nourrie, ainsi que toi, mon doux amour.
But what about your wish?
My... wish...
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Le grand amour ne suffit pas, seul un adieu fleurira. C'est notre histoire de vie, douce et amère. Moi, je suis, serai toujours là, à voir le monde et sa beauté, et ça ne changera jamais, jamais.
Is it just me? Or was that Lady Farina on the stage just now?
She hasn't been seen for a while now, and she just appears out of nowhere? Gotta say, though, her acting skills are as superb as ever.
The little Oceanid, Cleo, played by Aurélie Fumont.
Wait, that's not her name. What's going on?
I don't know. Maybe it's just a doppelganger.
I've spent a lot of time out of the spotlight, and they didn't use my name during the curtain call either. Hopefully, not too many people recognize me. It's too bad that I had to break the one clear rule I'd managed to make for myself, even if I had no choice. Still, I have to admit that, despite everything, It felt good to be back on the stage again.
Finally, we would like to give a special thanks to our artistic consultant and event coordinator, Miss Farina.
Hey, that's not what we agreed on.
Oh, so it was Farina after all. She's back.
Honestly, what is he doing?
All right, calm down. Don't be mad. This was a group decision. We just didn't want your contributions to go unacknowledged. After all, it's been the rule in Fontaine since ancient times that everyone's work, visible or invisible, is...
Yes, I know the rule, but...
It's no big deal. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, yeah? Well, since you think it's so easy...
This is a great chat and all, but can we talk about that crazy thing that happened during the show? It nearly gave Paimon a heart attack. Paimon flew over to where she was supposed to be and was about to drop the prop vision, and then suddenly, a real one popped out of thin air!
Oh, that... I've got no idea what happened there either. But hey, it worked pretty well, didn't it? I'll bet the audience has never seen such a realistic prop.
Wait, what about Dolphy?
Oh, let's go check on her as soon as we finish clearing this.
Yes. Plus, she'll definitely want to hear. If nothing else, we can safely say that we accomplished what we set out to do.
Did anyone see where Miss Farina went? Oh, I want to get her autograph, but I can't find her anywhere.
I thought Cleo's actress sang very well. Why did they swap?
I don't know. Maybe that's... I wasn't expecting such an incredible performance from an amateur troupe.
Yeah, their technique could use some polish, but
What a surprise! Seeing Miss Farina on the stage? This ticket was money well spent.
Yeah, I agree. Say what you want about her.
Ah, you're back. She's doing okay. Her condition stabilized after taking some of her original medication. From experience, though...
How did the performance go? Was it a success? Did the audience...
You'll be glad to know it was fantastic! Also, you're not gonna believe.
That's wonderful. I'm so sorry I failed to see it through to the end. I guess I was wrong to
No, don't worry about it. Like they told me after even though you couldn't see it through to the final scene, the audience was very impressed by your...
Well, I've had bad luck ever since I was born, so I never expect things to go smoothly in life.
Blaming your bad luck again, are we? Maybe if you didn't push yourself past...
Oh, don't you start.
Aw, you two clearly care.
I don't know what you're...
You mean we never stop arguing?
So, any plans for after the brilliant performance you put on? The reputation of your troupe is sure to spread through fun. You could capitalize on the rave reviews and license out the little Oceanid to the bigger theater troupes out there.
No, we should still disband.
Yeah, it's what we all agreed to.
After all that's happened, I should give you guys some space. But maybe our paths will cross again one day.
Hey, don't just walk off!
I still want to keep performing, so I might join another troupe. After watching Miss Farina's performance, I think I'm starting to understand our director's infatuation with musicals.
You should do it. It suits you.
Oh, so now you finally got your What about you, Miss Farina?
Well, frankly, I think a return to obscurity is no longer an option for me. I'm sure a slew of consultancy requests will hound me wherever I go, until I finally acquiesce. You rather sealed my fate there with your special thanks at the end of the show.
Sorry.
It's quite all right. No need to apologize. What I meant to say is that maybe Nervillette was right. Maybe I still don't wish to pretend to be someone else, but I do have a desire to express myself. So, maybe the show will go on for me after all. Yeah. There was once a time when I was an actress, but from now on, I want to spend my time learning I want to watch them blossom and wither. See, I'm sure this is what captivated director Aurelia.
Sounds like you're ready to stop running from your true calling. The more you get out into the world, the more you'll discover what a fascinating place it is.
If a vision is a gift from the gods, then I should do my best to honor it.
Well, if it isn't my dear partners. I didn't expect to run into you guys here today. Are you headed somewhere?
How about you, Navia? Are you still busy rebuilding Poisson?
We've wrapped up most of the rebuilding, but there are still a few things left to take care of. Stocking up on materials, confirming construction timelines, discussing compensation terms with families affected by the disaster. Between all of that, I've been making a... Well, though the victims have received relief payments from the court, in my opinion, as the administrators of Poisson, Spina di Rosula should take some Our financial situation right now isn't the best, so all we've been doing is signing agreements for the damages to be repaid at a later date. Though just pieces of paper now, they demonstrate our commitment. They're necessary to restore the people's faith in us.
Whoa! Spoken like a true president. You're a really responsible leader. That must be taken.
Oh, you bet. So before I came over this time, I took a paid... And then, since Malouse loved using short... But after running a few errands in the city, I'm...
That does sound like you, all right. So what kind of shorthand did you use?
Oh, want to take a look?
Let Paimon see! This looks like a piece of...
The first one has to do with confirming the final payment amount for the fishermen.
Oh. Okay, Paimon can definitely see how you might forget what each of these mean.
Thank you for your advice. These are the kinds of things you only really figure out once you've tried them out yourself. I thought that as long as I understood my shorthand...
Well, now you know for next...
Anyway, I should have already taken care of... Worst comes to worst.
So you're going to head back now?
Yep, that's the plan. You said you don't have any plans, right?
It's a bit sudden, but Paimon doesn't see why...
Then let's go. We'll take...
Oh, you mean the aquabus, right?
Oh, sorry. I meant our own boat. The aquabus doesn't have a station near Poisson, so we'll use one of the Spina's boats. All right, follow me. I'll take you there. The engineer is still doing a few routine safety checks. We can head out as soon as we get the green light.
So, Paimon has always wanted to ask. The 3 aquabus lines are all named after people in your family, right?
Yeah, that's right. Callus and Navia are self-explanatory, while Clementine was the name that my mother went by.
The Mora to build the lines, then why isn't there even a dedicated line to Poisson? Spina di Rosula built all the lines, yet you still have to take...
Well, what I heard is that most of our businesses don't actually use Poisson as a hub. So there was no... You are right that it is a bit strange, though. If you've already committed to build 3...
Yeah, that's what Paimon's saying!
Well, it is what it is. You know what my father was like. Even I often struggled to figure out what was going on in his head. But that would only be the case if he cared about what others thought. My father was always really stubborn. From what I've heard, the rights of all the other members of the Spina only went as far as giving him advice or suggestions.
Huh. Well, that explains why you weren't on the greatest of terms with him.
Yeah, because I wouldn't just let him keep getting his way.
Boss, the boat's ready. We can head out.
All right. It'll be a while before we get to Poisson. Let's keep talking.
Navia, what was your mother like as a person? Oh, I'm sorry. She totally forgot that you mentioned before that she passed away during childbirth, so you probably don't remember her at all.
That's all right. I've heard many stories about her from the rest of the Spina. They've always said that they were sure we would have gotten along famously. While my papa was stiff like a board, my mother was supposedly super cheerful and funny. Their complementary personalities allowed them to make up for each other's flaws. My father would run the businesses and expand our reach, while my mother would keep the peace and make sure that everyone was happy. Their work made sure that the Spina could grow and thrive.
Sounds like they were not just a well-matched couple, but fantastic business partners as well.
Yeah, but those are just stories and anecdotes after all. It's hard for me to piece together a more complete or intimate picture of her. But sometimes I'd still look at the Clementine line and wonder, would the Spina and Poisson still be what they are today had my mother survived? Silver once said that a name is a kind of inscription, a way to etch a memory into the world. When given a name, a cold, inanimate object can gain a completely new meaning. So, I will always associate the line with her in my heart. Over the past few weeks, I've also begun to appreciate how water can take in and hold our most intense feelings and memories, as well as how one may reflect on their past. I've lost many beloved people and memories to the sea. Even though I cannot stop for them and must continue to keep moving, the fact won't change that they existed in my life and gave me the reason and motivation to move forward. Always. But no matter what, we can't change the past. But I tell myself that I need to keep looking towards the future. Everyone, even my parents, have already overcome so many obstacles. Besides, I'm the president of Spina di Rosula. I've got... We've reached the shore. Let's go. I'll show you the new Poisson.
Navia, do you think she's doing all right? Okay, Paimon supposes you're right.
Boss, you're back! Traveler in Paimon, welcome back to Poisson.
Oh, hey! Fancy seeing you again, Florent. Is it your turn to take care of Navia now?
Hey, I can totally take care of myself. For the time being, I'll go around without any attendance. We did hand over some of Malus's old responsibilities to Florent, though. It's been really nice to have him around to help out.
Thank you for the compliment, boss. As you see, I've been working closely with the... Mr. Malus was an extremely capable and respected member of the Spina. I've got some really big shoes to fill.
All right. There's no... Were you waiting here for me?
Yeah, we contacted a sculptor about the job, but they can't get started on sourcing...
You're commissioning...
So, basically, we've been meaning to commission a statue of my parents but since my father was known as Callus the Unfaithful for the long... But now that his name has been cleared, and the town is also being rebuilt...
The funds to build the statue were freely donated by the people of Poisson to show their appreciation for Miss Clementine and Mr. Callus and everything they did.
Me? I'm just the newbie president that's running around and causing everyone trouble. Maybe we can have this conversation again in a few decades.
Hey, there's no need to be so humble. Didn't you just help save the entire country?
I agree wholeheartedly. I also believe that Boss should have a place on the statue.
Hey, if you keep inflating my ego like this, I might just float off into the sky with my parasol. Just kidding. Anyway, Florent, now...
We can ask the sculptor to, but we haven't had any real discussions yet on the possible designs. I feel like I should...
There's no need. Hey, you! Come over here with me. Modeling a few poses, of course.
That's...
Didn't you say on the boat that Callus and Clementine sounded like great partners? Well, then there's no one better to fill this role than my most valuable partner. Florent, let's grab some reference shots.
You've got it, boss. I'll go get the camera.
Well, what do you think? Got any ideas? Well, I've actually discussed it a bit with Florent before, but I could never come up with any fresh or original ideas. It's probably because my idea of them is already kind of set in stone. So, I want to pick your brain for a bit.
I'm all good here, boss. Feel free to start posing whenever.
Imposing, huh? Oh, I've got it. Let's try this.
This pose! It makes me recall Spina di Ro...
But isn't Clementine's pose a bit too bold in her... If we were to stick with this pose, maybe people would want...
Well, tabloids did indeed speculate as much back in the day, but the Spina pulled a few strings and made both the report and the journalist disappear.
Oh, Paimon was just kidding! Please don't make Paimon disappear.
What Florent meant was that we asked the journalist to choose a new... You're right, though, that this may not accurately represent the image of her in our hearts. Let's try to come up with something else. Ah, by that, do you mean as if we were standing on a boat and looking out at the sea? Sure, let's give that a try.
Whoa, you really remind Paimon of a captain in their first mate! Look over there, my dear Clementine. As you can see, every tree on that island is dripping with mora fruit.
But there's something off with the composition. This pose makes Mr. Callus look too tall next to the lady.
Oh, I see what you mean. Then let's swap.
Well, Paimon is a fan. A statue like this would look fantastic on a boat.
right. But we can't do that. Very few people would see the statue if we were to put it on a boat. This statue is meant to be placed in the town.
But then, since we're putting...
Oh, okay. We'll try to think of something else.
A happy pose.
Would all that be able to come through with just a picture?
Would we even be able to tell what...
Yeah, and that'd probably...
Can one of you that actually sounds pretty hard to pull off. Forget it, let's try something else. We tried a bunch of different ideas, but none of them...
Oh, don't worry. We still got a lot of reference shots out of the session, and each of them can be considered to be a souvenir in their own right. Let's just keep the ideas we tried as backups. Man, if I knew I was going to do a photo shoot with... Oh, outfits! Ugh.
Oh, Paimon remembers her. She was the one that we met.
Yes, that's exactly who I'm talking about. So, I said that it's fine, but but how could I get her to believe? But I got so busy and...
Don't worry, boss. I can send someone to pick...
On the matter of the statue...
We could have just done that from the start. Yeah,
Navia! Florent, guess who's back?
Huh? But aren't you supposed to...
Oh, well, if it isn't Coulter. Back already from the Fortress of Meripede?
That's right. I finally finished serving my time. After I got out, I immediately made a beeline back to... You wouldn't believe how much I've missed Melissa's grilled fish.
It's good to have you back, Coulter.
And this guy...
Let me introduce you. This is Coulter, another of Spina di Rosula's members. But, looking at it now, it was probably another one of
Wait, Mr. Marcel?
Have you not heard anything at all about the water from the...
Well, I know that Fontaine got flooded, but then the water levels miraculously receded. I thought that was all there was to it.
Oh, looks like we'll have to explain everything from the... First things first, let me introduce you to these two. They're my most trusted partners, and they've been with...
Oh, nice to meet you. I don't recall Navia ever generously complimenting anyone like...
Yeah, we are indeed pretty amazing. But we've been cool since before we even met her.
Humble again, as always, I see.
Nice, nice. Spina di Rosula always seems to attract great... Oh, that reminds me. Where are Malus and Silver? Aren't they always by your side?
About the...
Coulter, a lot of things happened while you were gone. As you can see.
They lost their lives, keeping me safe during the flood.
What did you say? This isn't some kind of morbid welcome home prank, right?
I'm sorry, but it's the truth.
Malus and Melissa, dead. Malus. I was planning to give him a surprise gift once I ran into him again in town. I can't believe it.
Hey! Keep it together!
Malus and Coulter were friends for many years, and even served on many missions together during the early days of the
Let's sit down somewhere, so I can tell you...
Okay.
Every... Let's take him. Every course of action has its risks. Be careful. We should prepare while we can, then make a preemptive strike against the enemy. Every course of action has its risks. Be careful. Every course of action has its risks. Be careful. Let's take a moment to rest and plan our next move. We should prepare while we can. Then make a preemptive strike against the... We should prepare while we can, then make a preemptive strike against the enemy.
Illusion shattered!
Allow me! Let's play!
Hold the line! Shine down!
Lay waste to the wicked!
down to oblivion! Illusion shattered!
battle. Turn, bring refuge. Allow me. Brace yourselves. Time for takeoff. Rest and reaping.
Inazuma shines eternal! There is no escape!
Here we go.
Flames, purge!
Hold the line! Covenant of the Deep!
Shine down! Torn to oblivion!